everybody, welcome on in, Reina, and anyone else who may be watching too. The Great Ace Tourney 2 Resolve. Last time, we threw ourselves into the midst of yet another government conspiracy, where the very proudly hailed forensic science team may be a fraud. Well, not exactly, but the leader of them is the fraud and is working with cahoots with the perpetrator of this very case. It's gonna be a crazy time, I think, but I am loving it. This case has been so long, but we're finally in the final stretch. I know that for a fact. We're gonna finish this today and probably get into a bit of case 4. Gonna happen, chat. It's gonna happen. We're gonna get through. It's gonna be great, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. But hopefully y'all are doing very, very well. You know how it be. Yes, I do already. Thanks for stopping on by, but don't feel the need to hang around to, you know, dodge spoilers. We're both just dodging spoilers of our respective Ace Attorney games, so it works out. Oh my goodness. Enjoy the Toady mode as well. He'll always be there to comfort you and hold you tight. Oh my gosh. You have a lot to look forward to though, Artie. These cases are freaking insane. In your recording sessions. Exactly, Artie. Perfectly balanced, as all should be. I wouldn't want it any other freaking way. Oh, that's so good. Either way, yep. You too, Artie. Have a good stream yourself tonight, because I'm pretty sure you'll be streaming. And I hope it's a good one. As for any, you know, special announcements or anything, I don't got anything particular. Gonna be normal stream week. We got Great Ace Tourney today. We got Silk Song this upcoming Friday. And we even have Mario Maker 2 shenanigans coming up this Saturday, so it should be a grand old time. I don't really have that much else to say, so I think, chat, it's time. Is my controller gonna controller? Hold on, chat, 1 second. My controller's not having a great time. What is going on here? What is... Wait, I have 2 wireless controllers connected. What the heck's that about? Oh my god. Am I just gonna have to, like... Okay, there we go. Finally. Alright, now we can continue on to Trial Part 3. October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, the Knight Errant himself. So, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense! What is this professor business about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies! Ha 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 ha! Well, hello, Minette. Welcome on in. Nice to see you around. Hopefully you're doing well. And also, Blaze Blue, Entropy Effect X. I probably don't need to say much more than that. God, I am so excited. Good thing I played the main games. Oh my goodness. Tattoo wear combo. Pokemon and antonym. Hopefully you are also doing well. But who knew oh wait, no, I did read that already. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized. Isn't he? Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna post this in chat. Hold on. Let me find it. Entropy Effect is getting a huge addition, which is tying it to the mainline Blaze Blue games. Like, it's actually peak. It's releasing this February. Yes! Yes! I'm so happy! Naoto's getting in too after so goddamn long! It's just, if you watch that trailer, you will understand my hype. And, oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm probably streaming Entropy Effect the Saturday after this one. Alright, yeah, go do that, and then, come back once you've seen it. Pokemon in Mystery, enjoy your bread. Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. Make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner? Well, there's a Mr. Drebber, Miss Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes! In fact, I, alone, am not a member of the sect! So that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. This Gregson? No, this is Scythe. Oh, she's about to kick us in the shins. Dr. Scythe! Ah, Courtney Scythe. Miss Stevens, good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested a 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? As Gregson told me. Oops. You think it's been 10 years? Oh, come on in, Rube. Enjoy your bread. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. Enjoy your bread, Antonym. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. The policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. That's what I'm saying, Minette. That's what I'm saying. There's so much. It's gonna go crazy. Also, the Highlander's gonna be a boss. It's gonna be a boss in a good game. Well, a good game for it. Nothing against Chrono Phantasma. They tried, but they... Oh my god. Naoto, I mean, I'm just happy the freaking dude on the game icon is finally in the damn game. But they're adding more. It's so good. Also, the characters in the scientist thing, those are all like parallel world versions of other Blaze Blue characters, I think, or something like that. It seemed like it. I don't know. And then there's the Boundary and Cauldrons and oh god. Yeah, Naoto's in one freaking game, and he was kind of in Central Fiction just to be, you know, a crossover or a spin-off shell kind of deal. But Lychee's one of the OGs. So Lychee is gonna be huge to get in. Also, I really hope Weak Executioner plays when you fight Arachne as Lychee. Yeah, Lychee and Izanami, it's so good. It's so good. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. we still don't know all that much, but also it's getting a physical version, which I really want. Cause yeah, console ports too, finally. It's so good. It's so good. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Of course. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about. The Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice! I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. They could make Arachne playable. They did say they wanted to at some point. They wanted to make even the boss characters playable. Which is absolutely crazy, but I think would be so good. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. You have no idea what's happening in Blaze Blue, but you vibe with it. Yeah, it took me playing all 4 mainline games to get a slight grasp of what was going on. Also, not to mention, the game Entropy Effect X is going to be canon to Blaze Blue, because they, in the, like, summary of the game, they name drop the Azure, which is... Oh my god. You've been playing the game for over a decade and you barely understand the story. Valid. Very, very valid. It's so goddamn complicated. I could go on a stream's length worth of ranting just on trying to make sense of it. Thank you for the cardboard pipe, Mr. E. Yes, thank you for the lurk, Rube. It's called a case, it's called a long third case. Perfection. Enjoy your lurk, Rube. And that's all I came here to say, so good day to you. He mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Thank you, Shulm, for your surprisingly wise words. Waxwork is tough work. Oh god, I can only imagine how much more complicated this is gonna get. Regarding the waxwork model. Like, why did it have to be that one? Why did it have to be that waxwork model? Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Yeah, Junpei appearance. He's a little tall. I think he's had a bit of a growth spurt, but yeah, it looks like Junpei. Gosh. I mean, as long as the game keeps pulling in money, they'd want to bring in everyone from Blaze Blue, apparently. That's something the devs have said, so literally anything is possible. Though we still need to know more about what the heck's going on with Entropy Effect X. We still have, like, no information outside that trailer. Waxwork, is Wax being paid enough? That Wax could not be paid enough to make up for all of this crap that it's been through, Mystery. What did that warning from Mr. Shulms really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. This time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. "24th of October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. It seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was candidly involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. All right. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Trevor is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice, Dr. Sai. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Oh my god, the Sholmes waxwork head! Why is she crafting a Sholmes waxwork head at the stand? State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. You think that waxwork has many brain cells as the real Sholmes? Okay, that's mean. The waxwork has more brain cells than that. Give it some credit. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Sholmes, but I'd agree with that. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. The waxwork model kidnapped. Yes, my lord, there was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. As I understand, it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Osman. But of course, I know him well. He's a part of my odious personages exhibit. Really? I'd just say what is evident, but Mr. Osman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. So are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed, the man's identity was never made public after all. Trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way that repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Odoma, it would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles. What principles? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually, at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it had been my family's secret for generations. You mean to say that beneath that mask, the true visage of the killer is there? This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel special exhibit remains extremely popular, even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You'll explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. Oh boy! With his testimony, the Professor Waxwork. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse. In accordance with Tuspel's family principles, I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold from the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. So she's not meant to have this. But she did it anyways, just for the hell of it. Just follow her principles. You know what? I respect it. The gravedigger, the man sanctioned this. I'll do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? You truly saw it. The love of the game is too strong for some. Very evidently true. These Tuspels cannot be stopped. We should be thankful they're limited to waxwork models. Who knows what other shows they could legitimately produce if waxwork was only the first step. The face of that monster. Welcome on in, Neko. Enjoy your bread. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, Madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene depicts what the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. 10-year-old newspaper article recounting the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his grave on the night of his execution. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. Unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire region. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. Okay. The Great Stink. Parliament is to finally address the foul issue. After many great years, Parliament has at long last resolved to relieve the citizens of London of the horrifying stench that carries on the slightest breeze and lingers in the nostrils of every man, woman, and child. A great sewer system is to be built underfoot that will divert... Oh god, okay, so that's about sewer. Hold on. At Low Gate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly third professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. Bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. The university student who experienced the shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Was the bal masque to blame for the great blaze? The fire that engulfed the popular theater continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theater's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. The theater had been under lease to famed magician John Henry Anderson, and there's some speculation that the blame for the fire lies squarely with him, for his insistence on holding his bal masque there. Could his magical tricks have played a trick on him, causing the city a great center for the arts? The investigation into the true cause is expected to continue into the next month, if not beyond, according to our success. Oh my gosh. Protoa eruption. There's so much. Why the attorney's Asen great? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I could see, Ryunosuke being ace, but great? Not quite there yet. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that I'd stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Cross-examination. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Right, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it could be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, the dead of night after the execution of the killer. Then Professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? and then somebody shot him. Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. The impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comta. No! My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into waxwork is an honor. Then for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspel's. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger, then created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. Surely that's legal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had sculpted him to record this history. It is the reason d'etre of the Tuspel's museum. But if the man was convicted in close court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret! I understand. And now the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed. It must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open. I had some problems with the chin. Ah! Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of a visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? That amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Wriggly mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. Then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. I didn't know about the time of death thing, but that makes sense. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. That's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open. It is very difficult to do my work. Ugh. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information. The court's just heard from Madame Tuspels. It's significant, definitely. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it would be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help but feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. God damn it. This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato. Oh my goodness. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. And sir, maybe I should have waited. Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Nah, it's fine. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 2 hours post-death. Is that right? Oh god, all this French is throwing me off. Of course, the exact duration depends on a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed on the subject. No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you'd like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear, I'll do my very best. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. You say that dawn was approaching. What is the time of day then? Approximately. Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time. I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Did me or does Mr. Shulm seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. Wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Definitely added. Those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you'd like me to. Quite right, Miss Naruto, it is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame. With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Did you have a reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you have just paid off the warden too then? I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, meaning that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. That must be correct. That would be the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruto? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Trevor's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor's the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Von Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Oh boy. What do I have to work with? So it would have been a few hours later. Before it was the onset of rigor mortis. No, that's not true. I think because it's at midnight, which means over 3 hours would have passed. So, objection! Got it. Madame Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. What? How are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her waxwork impression just before dawn, and at that time rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. And the professor indeed died at midnight that day. Then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
Who say that she's not lying? No coroner makes mistakes when recording time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order, order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Berkeley Prison where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary! Not in my day. My learned friend appeared to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at? Are you insane? What? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? He was shot. It's almost impossible to believe, but it explained the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that'll explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. That allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Isn't it just the 10-year-old article? Take that! What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection.
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Why, the young man who stole into cemetery by chance that night?
Objection.
Of course there's a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would be surely no hope for finding him.
Objection.
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claimed to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel, who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago. It is one Enoch Drebber. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order, order, order! Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. It's your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No, but that would mean... Madame Tussauds. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of a young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. A disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. The discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactly. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote, which was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and his face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. The birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Aspen, but that same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Sides, would have noticed them. And yet she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Side put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double! Oh my god. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Side to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected! But according to the missive I received this morning, through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Side is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of it more than Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh my god. That is assigned prosecutor at the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Oh boy, things are heating up. Order, order, order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensics Investigation Team. Woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Right then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe, if they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out! Now we have 4 witnesses on stand. Perfect. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Well, it's not in my nature as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end. That would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to a newspaper report from Time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Size. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court, tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you, with a man in Madame Tussauds, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony please about the events of that night 10 years ago. You'll tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Witness testimony in the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Ugh. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sides would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right, grave robbing to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of a Barclay prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. Though you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Yes, that's the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Ay, ay, ay. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade. But who on earth would call it a spade when it's very clearly a shovel? And who on earth would want to bury a dead body? Any major hospital, a hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, and I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science. That's what we all told ourselves every time we strolled into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is serious crime, calling shovels spades no less. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that is the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I wasn't very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London news, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reported from the gossip rag, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely, that's how I learned the condemned man was an famous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well, thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor at all, though. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You would have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, You have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that I could show that he really did see the professor? There's the blood here that's still relevant. Or not relevant yet, but will come up eventually. If you have anything at all, Mr. Naruto, I know I need to present again that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. That young woman being Madame Tussbells, of course. Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had sold, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Ah! Oh, yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion to any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir. To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tussbells way. It seems then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to locate cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Oh boy. The actual camera that Mr. Drebber had with him in the cemetery 10 years ago, when the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen on the bellows. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and I carelessly let it slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. Then, having been run out of university, found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Hairbane was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. He's gonna play dumb. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits having seen the professor emerging live from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now. Then, if Drebber were to betray her, there'd be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruto, exactly. What else do we have? Yeah, that shows that there. And yeah, this straight up says that he witnessed the professor clawing free from the earth.
Objection!
Okay, that's simple enough. Sorry, Mr. Rubber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we see at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. Wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lovely student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask unless you'd actually seen the professor that night. It's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Oh. Order, order! Well, Mr. Drebber. It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was fellow grave robber at work. A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. That's the terrifying sight I actually saw. You giving it just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many other medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath is then stilled once more. You might assume that the detective discovered the miscreants at work perhaps and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in a cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment boiled by the reporter. Alright, we'll get back to you. An embellishment? As I explained earlier, most of what the papers published about those events was fabricated nonsense. The journalists had a great time fashioning it into a horrifying ghost story. So, now you're saying there's no gunshot? That's right, yes, I'm afraid so. Ugh. I mistakenly thought I'd seen the corpse coming back to life, then fled the scene. That's really all that happened.
Hold it! Objection!
Alright, now we can go talk with Tuspels.
Strange. Excuse me.
Madame Tuspels! Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Tussbells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. Oh, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Oh, there's our connection. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making this all up. That will do. Sir Drebber. Hmm? Yes. You refute the count just given by Madame Tussbells. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. On, do you really expect us to believe— Control yourself, counsel. I'll not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with statement, clarify your position on this witness. Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor splattering blood. Yet Madame Tussbells has testified that you told her about both those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence contrary, you'll have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. Ugh. Tell me, Madame Tussbells. Oui. What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently splattered on him? No, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Monsieur Drebber was at the time facing toward the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and splattered on his body. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely, and I didn't forget it because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. If only had some evidence to prove it. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruto. We mustn't overlook single detail, no matter how small. Of course. Objection! Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extended forwards at the end of some bellows. Like this. Hold it! What's that there, just on the bellows? It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting— Yes, my lord, it appeared to be a splatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tussbells' testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb! There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Trevor is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Yes, my lord, and clearly it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Obviously, the one and only Courtney Side. Can't believe the Last Judgment Professor was real after all. I know, right, Rube? The professor is always going to be here and gonna... That's why this case is so long. It's because the professor was involved. The professor extended my Lost Judgment playthrough by like 7 parts. Oh my god. The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there's a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Admin with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Lord Van Seeks, pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me, it's just the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And dispose of him forever? Oh god. Can we even know that? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Ugh. Have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? You realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman in such a criminal activity? It tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. Victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Odgman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death resulted in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no. There is a contract, that's very true. Motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate to especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place, so it wasn't for the money. If that research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Osmond's life would have made no sense anyway. It means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Osmond. Why? What was his motive then? Time is up, my learned friend. I say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with the charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal then, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? Point, I'm not prepared to listen. Outlandish picture without proof. Oh god. Oh, counsel, present your evidence. Who exactly is Mr. Osmond Dremmer? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. Oh, God. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. Why? Ah! Osmond might be the last, you know, why? But nothing else there. What could it be? Why would he want him dead? Why? That's the main thing. I'm not sure. What would be the motive? If he shot... If Osmond shot... What the one who actually did the shooting here against the prisoner, right? That would leave him as a witness. But... what would be the point? Why get rid of him in that case? Was it just because that might be something Courtney's side would have wanted, like Duck's side would have wanted, but not Drebber. For Drebber, it wouldn't have mattered much, I can't imagine. The Reaper attacked. Is there anything new here? No, this is just the one thing for. Lost cat, no. Odie Osmond. gosh, I am so confused. Oh my god. It all makes sense, chat.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That riddle should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense. That means nothing. Exactly. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Osmond dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes motive for the deed. Drebber's contract, the signatures are the same, meaning that Osmond was responsible for writing the article that ruined his scientific motivations.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Osmond. Yes, that's right. That very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link. That showed very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Osmond. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Or exactly the link between this newspaper article and the contract. The signature.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? Signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Osmond's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Osmond.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Osmond? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Osmond used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's widely I believe that Osmond meant to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. Does it say anything here? Now. So you had to give up on your dream and leave the university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article written by Mr. Osman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyways. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious, making a name for yourself as scientists in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who'd better place to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? Then I have evidence to prove it. I do? How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could possibly you possibly have to prove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lack talent? Disciple, let Naruto cook? Let him cook? Maybe it's just the 10-year-old article. I mean, I think that's my guess. Wait, no, the freaking trophy. I'm dumb. Yeah, of course.
Take that!
You remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Right. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. As a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Osmond was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is finally going to fold. Of course. Ah. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. Damn. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord! Dr. Side, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. With the professor again staring at me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. Something in the note. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Size, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alteration to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted to everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. What? Have you forgotten the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Ugh. No! Order, order, order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks? Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. Defendant is Professor Albert Hairbrain. Very true, that had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to allegations brought by the defense, thereby solving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean, at the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Don't objection us. Van Deeks, please don't objection. Does the prosecution have any objection? Huh. Okay. None, my lord. Well, congratulations, Mr. Nothodle. I have a bad feeling, though. Proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. That's right. Is there anything we haven't used? If Van Deeks won't objection, then who will? Tussbuzz is gonna hit us with the objection or something. Yeah, every piece of evidence was used. But the question remains, why did she not go through with the fake execution? Or why did she fake the execution? I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sai suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Nothodle? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to advocate in your favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Hold on, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Do we let the sides burn the kitchen down, or do we go into 7 fire extinguishers, put out fire, then start burning it ourselves? Look, we just defused the ticking time bomb, so let's unleash the atom bomb, shall we? Yes, in hindsight. Yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Where's Edgeworth when we need him? I agree, Rube. I'm sure Mr. Solms knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense called for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Reber. Ha! In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed, so stop wasting everyone's time. Ugh. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection.
Oh, shoot! What is he cooking? Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. Van Zieks joined in with 4 flamethrowers. Hell yeah! We're taking this court down with us, damn it! You and me, Van Zieks, to the bitter end. There's more to this case that has yet come to light. Then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. The 2-finger wine bottle flick. Only the most badass way to ruin a glass bottle. Welcome on in, Annie. Hopefully you're doing well. You'll what? Lord Van Zieks. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Tired as F. My goodness, yeah. Well, I hope you get some good sleep when you're able to. Or just to be able to relax in general, because I can only imagine what's been going on. Of course, you're free to talk about it, but regardless, hope you can have a chill time here. So unfortunately, I do think, chat, this is a good time for me to go on break. Because, oh boy, we're 2 hours in and there's still so much left, evidently. Infinite case. Good thing I put off, actually, doing this case until today. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll be gone for like 10-15-ish minutes. That's usually how long it is. While the Mason Match will play, but those are just to get rid of pre-rolls. You won't be missing any action, so I appreciate the understanding. And when I come back, we'll be finishing this up once and for all. Finally, truly, surely, I hope. We can only hope. So without any further ado, we'll be back very, very soon. We are back. We're ready to continue. Funny that you warned me about something, but even that was enough just because of how insanely long it is for being. I do appreciate it because it's definitely allowed me to take things at a slower pace and not accidentally hit, near 7-hour lengths of streams for this. I'm still having an absolute blast. And yeah, with them basically being one game, it's like case 7. Because case 8, the first case was kind of like, the first case of this game was kind of like a warm-up, I guess. It was a tutorial, but it also seemed to have a bit of relevance. It still set the stage, so at least it wasn't like, uh, just kind of there for the hell of it, like Justice for All's first case was, from what I remember. But yeah, this has been one hell of a case. Very well. Alright. The testimony, the waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside his jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress up the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. But why did they not kill the professor? I was right, the stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at the expression on Dr. Sy's face. And the defense is right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside his jacket. From what you described before, it sounded like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Maybe it's better Gregson is getting out. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage.
Hold it!
You knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then. It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork. I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. Why were you given such directions? Presumably, so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see. Then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although somebody obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being more important detail. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that that hairbrain alone could have killed Osmond. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands, plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the tremors of a 30-foot drop. I would. What is it, Miss Cisato? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that is all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe! There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What do I want her to supplement her testimony with? The cause of death or what she did to the victim? What's important? Just what was it? What? I don't think it's the cause of death because it didn't matter either or before. But what she did to the victim. Let's try that on pressing her. How you stabbed Mr. Asmund in the chest, that part. Fine if that's what you want, but there's really no need to point. Thank you for the hydrate. And the stretch still. I have done both. And enjoy your bread. The prosecution concurs. The pointing, nice. Very well, you'll supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. So it was you who stabbed Mr. Osmond with this? Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. Victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There's no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Another 18 flamethrowers from Von Zeke's side. Things are really heating up with this bonfire. We're cooking, chat. I enlisted the help of the forensic investigation team to address the scene appropriately.
Hold it!
Thank for the cardboard pipe. The entire team in perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators out there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet murder, commit perjury, and dare talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priority. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Exemplary. There we go. Can't English. Ugh. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruto. You mustn't let her win. Need a lawyer. I'll take that silence as a tacit acceptance now. Can we move on? The truth about the execution 10 years ago, state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. Then your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say, then I take full responsibility. Blow me down, Dr. Scythe. Really, there's some other way you could have protected secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Ugh, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she's being genuine though, Mr. Naruto. So that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. You, Mr. Naruto. The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite... I mean, yeah, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Hold on, let's try switching the things that we're using. The statement. Ever change it? Aside, what you said before about the real cause of death, I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Osmond suffered from the 30-foot fall. You're quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck. Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. Wait a minute. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point calling her assessment in question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well. No, this wasn't the one from the other... Yeah, so this was... I feel like it's probably the other one.
Hold it!
Alright, let's swap it back. So she opened it up. have her change it, but again, the problem is I don't really know. I stood over the victim's corpse. Suggestion: save each added statement to separate slots. I could. So we're gonna, I'll do that if I'm like really out of ideas, but right now I just want to think on this. What could the weird thing be? I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage. This wasn't the cage though. Yeah, I'm not surprised here that it's tricky. What are they hiding? The actual cause of death I don't think matters because that was never the problem. He was dead either way, right? Wait, no, that's right. Wait, no, it was... Yeah, no, I think it is the other one because this was the one. This was used on the show stage, right? This wasn't the Crystal Tower one because the Crystal Tower one fell headlong, but this crashed down, so the neck injury probably wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have been... Okay. No, it was the other way around. Okay, hold on. I think that's what this is, chat. I'm sorry, Scythe, but I have to change your statement. Again. Alright. Broken leg, sure, but... I think it's the cage.
Objection!
Gosh, never mind. Well... Okay, so it wasn't that. Damn, okay. Because I thought that would mean the cause of death couldn't have been neck snapping. But I guess you don't need to fall headlong to have your neck snapped. The human body is more fragile than it looks. Yeah, I guess they'd... I mean, yeah, I'd expect some shattered legs, but he was, in fact, tied to the whole thing. And very... I don't think that matters at all. Nothing there. So... Would there be a reason to want to hide the cause of death? I don't... Hold on, let's make another save here. We may need to swap between them more efficiently after all.
Hold it!
God, what could the truth truly be here? I leaned down over the birdcage and opened it up. Then I took a screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Sure, there's something here in this testimony. That's your evidence analyst skills, yeah. there anything weird about the screwdriver? This is blood. Nothing there. So this is normal. There's nothing new here. There's that, like, hole there, but... Wait a minute. Wouldn't there be blood on this?
Objection!
Okay, so it's not the blood, I guess. Surely something about that last statement seems odd, doesn't it? I thought it might have been the blood, because there's no... If she stabbed him there, there'd be blood, right? I guess not, if it was just a wound there. Unless there's an exit wound. Fair. I mean, stabbing someone straight in the heart, I would expect would cause, you know, blood to come out. Pretty good chunk, but also I guess if they cut off the heart, then there's not much thing to pump the blood, so whatever. Yeah, so blood, it wasn't the blood at all. And we know for a fact that it's not this cage, because I tried it both there. She ate the blood. Surely it's something to do with this camera, right? She's very keen on everything being true to life as possible. Nothing weird there. Alright, she's a vampire. Normal stuff, y'all know. God, I really thought it was the bird cage, but no.
Hold it!
Stabbed. No precision required. Nothing there. We get nothing useful from that. Oh my god. Afflicted by, I mean, that's nothing. Emerge of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart. I mean, that's normal. That's just what happened. That she stabbed him in the heart. So that makes sense. I guess if he was already dead, there wouldn't be much coming out either, but... Wouldn't be anything there. No, that... Some weird inconsistency. What could it possibly... No, the trophy was involved somehow. God, whatever this is sneaky. I don't think the broken glass is gonna be relevant anymore, considering, you know, what we ended up doing was... That just proved the thing was there, the waxwork was there. I can't... How could either of these be relevant? Armband, surely, right? This is fine. Right? Because there's nothing to it. This is just a standard screwdriver with a weird handle. This we already know has no bearing to anything. This has very little bearing. The cause of death isn't even focused here. We do need more flames and fire starting to calm down. Does we not have a burn everything down button? I don't think so, Rube. Weedbot, do you? This is an important question. Okay, maybe Weedbot does. Oh no. I think we should probably worry. Oh god. Okay, so it's not this. It doesn't have anything there. Is there anything here? Wait a minute. It was the blood. I said it myself. If he was already dead, then blood wouldn't be pumping and blood wouldn't come out.
Objection.
Oh my god. Okay. That is freaking sneaky. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. This is new music. Hold on. This game's been reusing like 90% of its music. This is new, I'm pretty sure. What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? Prelude to Pursuit. Oh, I apologize, my lord. Darkside, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection.
The court had already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection.
I'm so glad. I've been waiting for new music for so goddamn long. I love their first game's arrangements, but they can only use them for so long. Yes, we've already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? Stab wound, because it shouldn't be bleeding. Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. God, I am in shock at how close I was. Clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Council? The victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion. That's entirely expected. Of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Side made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, then the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture, it is inconceivable. Eyes of a hawk, Naruhodo. Oh god. Wait, so the implication here that he wasn't... Okay, my thought was that he was stabbed while he was alive. But that means that he was stabbed before he fell. Oh no. Oh no. For to have formed in the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Osmond, he was standing up. Or, okay, I see. So it wasn't gonna be he was actually stabbed by freaking Hairbrain somehow. No, it was that she stabbed him after the fact. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication! Ah! God, Naruto is so big-brained. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie! Oh my god. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer! And that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? How she was coerced, I think. Because in that case, it means she would have done... She would have intentionally chosen to help, right? No. Well, even Scythe seems to be a bit thrown off. Maybe? No. No, she wouldn't. She doesn't have a motive to... it would, yeah, it'd have to be the stabbing of victim. Obviously, The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible, the man was dead, remember? No, that's the misapprehension. Oh my god. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Osmond didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. The victim was in fact alive at that point in time. It changes everything. Because it means she did the killing. Ah. Ah! Mr. Odie Osmond's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe! Uh, uh, oh my god, chat. Yeah, honestly, with a broken neck, that is crazy. But I guess he's too determined to die that easily, all for sake of science and money. Order, order, order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. You hope that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. For you are accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder! Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making this all up! As if I would do something like that! I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Nodholder has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh! Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it! What? What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Osmond? Mr. Osmond was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder, but there's no known connection to Dr. Scythe here. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. Now, when you questioned what possible reason you could have for one to kill Mr. Osmond, something did come to mind. What? What? What was it? Counsel enlightened the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Osmond. I mean, the only thing that hasn't come up yet is the scalpels. The, like, 500. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? It would appear that the word has struck a chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it! It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. That's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realized that's not scalpels themselves that are significant. The money for them is paying every month from the department's accounts. Oh my god. Osmond's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing money from the forensic investigation teams can't find out where it was going. Would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Osmond was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Osmond in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever! You'll never understand. None of you! What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. You mean those scalpels weren't preparation for a giant monthly food party? Your day is ruined. Scalpel for cutlery is a choice. Hey, sometimes you just need to bring your, kitchen utensils up to the next level. You need all of that precision when, trying to descale a fish or to chop up all of the fruits or whatever else. Sometimes if you need a fine powder, there's nothing better than to use a scalpel to cut it up very finely. And no, there are no other items that would do the job better. Absolutely nothing. So yeah, it's a shame that the monthly food party's being canceled. All because of this. Very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by a bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, very possible that Courtney's side will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. They never heard of kitchen gun. Oh my god. Seemingly not. Which is an absolute travesty. Sometimes you need to bring the utensils to the kitchen. Other times you need to bring the kitchen to the utensils. Oh my god, so true, Rube. I freaking love that. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness, and your consternation now, however. This is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? You admit that is nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Osmond's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Osmond, did it? Which is wherever that particular waxwork comes in. I see. Condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. Your account of those events is all true. But obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. Your plan required that you abducted that particular waxwork model in order to extract your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, on Dr. Scythe to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Osmond turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled the bogus autopsy being an appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learnt that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use man's own wills against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but he had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she'll face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber. Most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contribution to her profession over the years. It truly is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This had been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. Whole experience had taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor, I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far more greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. The outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zeeks, and the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your finger to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has a right to deride another for such choices. Thank you, Barak. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What that? It done, it all over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant. It's over, chat. It's over. We're free. We've burned down the judicial system. Lord Strongheart's about to come and kick our shins in, but we did it. We cleared trial. Yeah, case 3. Oh my god, this took me like 4 streams. 3.5 streams. What the hell? What a freaking case. Oh my gosh. An insane one, but... Oh. Court is adjourned. It's over. That was some trial. 24th of October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruto, Mrs. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give a whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... Case 3 of all time. Doesn't get more case 3 than this. Seriously. This level of convoluted is on par with Danganronpa V3's third case. Alright, what's that question, Rube? God, this is so convoluted. At least we didn't have a seesaw effect level, BS level of stuff to work with. Oh my god, I really enjoyed that, but oh my god, that took so long. You don't need any financial reward, your acquittal is more than enough. Have I at any point thought if case 3 is so long, how long could case 4 and 5 be? I'm gonna assume they're gonna be normal. I'm just gonna assume that. I hope they aren't like 2 seconds long each. That would be very funny to see them put all of the budget into case 3 and then just give up. But, we'll just have to see, I guess. I don't think they're gonna be that much longer, right? Right? Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! Oh no, that emote. I don't like the look of that suit. Oh no. How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. Aw, it didn't get added to the court record. I'm sad. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I've left in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibit whilst I'm here too, if my any new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. I knew it was Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing here? Don't tell me he's about to be arrested for a different crime, and that's what File 4 is gonna be. Proc! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Can't let you do that, Star Fox. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? Oh, shoot. I knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. If that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. It's because of the curse of the Great Reaper. He wants Albert not to get caught up in anything by accident. Because I do believe, like, I think it's pretty clear that he himself, if Van Zeeks has any amount of involvement, it is not willing. Like, I think it's at this point it seems pretty clear that someone else is doing something unrelated to Von Zeeks, but is doing it to Von Zeeks. Does that make sense? Kids 1.5 are a bit special, but there's nothing you can say without spoilers, so just assume they are normal length. Alright, that's what I was going to go with, but yeah. My god. But no! Hold on a minute, Baroque. What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque. Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about? Unnecessary precaution. Yep. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as a prosecutor. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Baroque! Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your French-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It is a pleasure getting to know you. Von Zeeks is about to cook Hairbrain. Oh god. What a nice, friendly thing to do. And we just see in the distance Von Zeeks shoving freaking Hairbrain into a bag or something and then shipping him off. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
You know what? It's not the winning, is it? It's the taking part that counts. And you're doing that.
That we are. And that is especially what Von Zeeks is doing right now. He is definitely doing the taking part and taking Hairbrain out of here. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. I really hope Hairbrain doesn't die the second he steps out. Now, my Nippony friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk? With me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Okay. Well, that was strange. For some reason I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Then Enigma, Baroque Von Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Alright. I've hydrated. I've stretched. I've repositioned myself. And now it's time to chat. By the way, thank you, Antonym. This is what scalpels were truly for. Oh boy. 24th of October, 4:58 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Thank you, Eatbot, for the bread. I need it. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Finally, we get to learn why he's being racist. Let's go. God, imagine the reverb without anyone else in the courtroom. That slap would have been immaculate. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. Not too far off the mark, but close enough. You clearly know our ways. I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Von Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikio Toba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So you actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There are no suspects even then. There's an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly. Clint was always ready, put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man didn't cease to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? The period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and the Japanese empires. New treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? That would mean... You mean say the professor was... Oh god.
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Oh no.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Oh boy.
Wait a minute. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Father.
Ah.
What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Oh my god.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
That was a lot. I know, that was good voice acting. That was good voice acting. Why couldn't we get more? I know the like beeping thing is iconic to Ace Attorney, but that was so good. And I like the voice acting part of it, but also, oh, he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asoki, best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there's something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Cosmo Lord Von Zeke's apprentice? And when he is suffering amnesia too? The man was apprehended and executed. His legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him. For Sasada-san, all this is tied up with painful memories for her too. He's never talked about this with me before though. Took time to adjust to having father around, but when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he is studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Soki. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Oh my god. That is... Oh! That... Uh, yeah, by the way, the only time there's been voice acting in the second game had been in relation to Kazuma. Just want to point that out. There's the point where, you know, Susato was talking to his supposed grave. And now there's this. I guess if we wanted more voice acting, we just need more Kazuma. It's only uphill from here. Surely if Kazuma's gonna be more involved, right? That means there's gonna be more voice acting regularly, right? Surely. Oh my god. I want to talk about this a little, alright? Because we just got a couple major bombshells there. First of all, we already got, it is a refresher that, the professor killed Von Zeke's brother. However, that person was not only Japanese, that person was Cosmo's goddamn father. Which probably has a big reason as to why he's actually come to Great Britain. Which just makes me wonder what the hell's happening. And, oh my god. and Cosmo has his memory back, but now it makes me worry he's gonna commit to being a prosecutor now. I don't know. If Cosmo replaces Von Zieks as the prosecutor, that would be absolute crazy. I don't think he necessarily will, but I know he's gonna show up more, and I'm terrified of that. Oh my god. I I don't even know what to make of this. But you know what, chat? I have some good freaking news. We are only freaking we are only 3 hours 21 minutes in. We still have time to keep going. Oh my god. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Or bow or whatever. Let's do this, chat. Might as well, Rube. Might as well. I mean, otherwise I'd have to end stream early, and I always try to strive for at least 4 hours. Episode 4, Twisted Karma and his last vow. Let's do this.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog
That is true,
outside our
Rube,
window.
actually.
I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden.
You know what? You know what? Yeah, let's do some short stories, I guess. We can do that. I totally forgot. But might as well, right? The escapade. Alright, we'll try this. These are all from the first game, I think, but that's fine. The Ronst magazine, episode 3 at the British Supreme Court. This escapade takes place as Ryunosuke and Susada visit Lord Stronghart to report on the outcome of Mr. Natsume's trial. They find a flustered Inspector Gregson attempting to solve a very taxing problem before his time runs out. Yeah, let's do it. 26th of February, 9:17 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Ugh, here we are again. Every time we visit here, the atmosphere in this place seems to get more and more overbearing. Just think we could be at home with Mr. Sholmes and I having nice, cozy breakfast. But we have a duty to report the outcome of the case, especially since we're guests here in Britain. So I'm afraid this visit couldn't have been avoided. I suppose not. But is there even anyone here? You could hear a pin drop in this place. It's too solemn for its own good. It is very quiet, isn't it? The only sound is the ticking of the great clock as it keeps perfect time. What was that, I wonder? The usual comforting sound of the clock seemed to have been joined by a less comforting shuffling sound today. You're right, something's disturbing the rhythmical ticking. Sounds rather like an unfit middle-aged man running from pillar to post, clumsily. Who are you calling unfit? Oh, Inspector Gregson, what are you doing here? What am I? Is it flaming obvious? 58 seconds remaining, Inspector. Ah! You'll have talk later, sunshine! Oh my god. Good morning, Lord Stronghart. Wow, he's really looking fiercely at his pocket watch today. And good morning to you, business so early in the day. Oh, yes, well, I mean, it's about the other day, You are to deliver our report, Lord Strongheart, as our dealings with Mr. Natsume are now over. Ah, yes, the little Japanese man. I've already cast my eyes over Van Zeek's report. I must say the outcome surprised me. I thank you for a job well done. You are too kind, my lord. It's not here, it's not there, and it's not over there either. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what exactly is the inspector doing? He's been hurrying around between the bookshelves, looking beside himself with worry. And he's looking for a particular work, The Lion's Pride. Now, there's an all too familiar title. I'd heard it was a popular tale, so I obtained a copy from the rental library. Gotta get going now since it's been late for a while, but you wanted to watch the live reaction to the ending of Case 3. Yeah, Rube. Have a good night. I hope the reaction was not disappointing, because I am not disappointed. Oh my god. The game is finally starting to get somewhere, finally. So yeah, do have a good night, and I will do pipe duty as per usual. However, it wasn't able to maintain my interest, so I soon cast it aside. I happened to notice a vacant spot on one of my shelves at the time. I duly stowed the book there. Unfortunately, I no longer remember where that was. Guess you'll have to turn all of your bookshelves upside down trying to figure it out. Nope, not there. Not here either. Come on, where are you, Lion's hiding? The book is due back today, so I've asked Gregson to locate it for me with his investigative prowess. Inside 5 minutes. I must say, I've never seen anyone working so hard to find something. He's like a man possessed. Ah, yes, that's because his month's salary is staked upon the outcome. Oh. And who's instigation? Or instigation? Let me guess, this is Stone-Faced Lord. In 5 minute time limit? What's the significance of that? There is none. Just my vulgar, mischievous spirit showing itself, I'm afraid. Oh, by your own admission. Ah! I can't. My feet are killing me. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and time's up, Inspector. Ah! Which means that next month you'll work unpaid and have no days off. Well, no days off. Where? There really are just so many books here, it's overwhelming. For some, perhaps, I've purchased every book, new or old, on the subject of law from all over the globe. Wouldn't have believed it a few short decades ago. A place like this couldn't have existed. What do you mean, Inspector? When I was a lad, no one ever dreamed of buying books. So I see, Western books are such luxury items, I suppose, with their leather covers and fancy bindings. Ah, that's not it. Oh. There's a tax on paper, see? Oh, on paper? I mean, it was abolished about 30 years back now, but it used to be the case. There's tax levied on any kind of paper, so obviously that meant most folk couldn't afford to buy any books at all. First the window tax and now paper tax? What the hell were the British smoking back then? Ah, so is that why places like the rental library you mentioned before came into existence, Lord Strongheart? Vestiges of the paper tax system, you could say. The general public considers books as items for hire. London is home to a vast lending library of some 3.5 million books. And hope to read all of that even if you were reincarnated 10,000 times. They couldn't smoke and was taxed too. Everything got a tax. What wasn't taxed in the, you know, country of Britain at that point? Oh my gosh. Even I would choose to rent a book rather than purchase it if I knew I would read it in free. The subject of tax has actually surprised us already in the last few days. It came up in Mr. Natsume's trial. America moved out for a reason. So damn true. Seemed that the window in his room was filled in due to some kind of window tax. That would be true. Fortunately, the window tax was abolished here some 40 years ago. Insanity is an illusion. Insanity is true freedom. I'm losing my mind. I am not okay. You seem perfectly fine, Reaper. Well, come on in. Hopefully your sanity is doing well to maintain that stability. Because who needs sanity anyways? Sadly, in the East End in particular, many windowless houses remain. Britain's always had a bit of thing for tax and stuff. You don't say. Whatever they can tax, they tax. Sugar, salt, tea, coffee, you name it. Candles, beards. Wait, sorry, what was that last one? Did you say beards? Yep, beard tax, never heard of it. There's no way this is real. Never. Why should people have to pay money just because they let their facial hair grow out? You may well ask that. I suppose it's because it make them look self-important. The Naruhodos will have a strict family policy of no facial hair, I think. And relaxed, beard tax is confined to the annals of history long ago. Okay, no, I need to look this up. What? Written beard tax. This wasn't... No shot, it was real. Why the hell is the beard tax a thing? Why was the beard tax real? Who the hell thought of taxing beards? Chat, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. May the roaring knights limbs be cut by their own weapon, and an army of titans tear them limb from limb until they're unrecognizable. Don't worry, Reaper, that'll be you, surely. You will tear the roaring knight limb from limb. Completely hitless. It's only a matter of time. God, they really did tax literally everything. Britain was mad with power back in the day. I could have guessed that with the window tax alone, but paper tax and beer tax, I can't imagine. I'm losing my goddamn mind at this. And so it's clearly something British really love. Paying taxes, I mean. Not paying them. Too got that back front sunshine. But you can't deny you've had a lot of funny taxes over the years. You'd never find anything like that in Japan. Would you, Mrs. Sato? In actual fact, I'm afraid to say that you would, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh god. They had a debt to repay. Even then, a beard tax? Taxing people for having a beard? Were beard hygiene regimens like really that expensive and taxing on the working class? I don't know. What? No. You don't really mean, surely there's never been a window tax in Japan. No, but there have been similarly obscure taxes. For example, in the Edo period, there was a frontage tax. What was that? It was a tax not on windows, but on the entrance to properties. The larger a property's entrance was, the greater the tax that was levied on it. Huh? Why? Even today, some mansions survive with extremely narrow entrances due to that old form of taxation. Or that old form of taxation. My god. Land use me things. I mean, I guess, but even then, the entrances really wouldn't affect the overall plot of land, just how big the entrance could be already. How much percentage of wall, you know, wall percent versus door percent. I guess they really didn't want there to be a balance or imbalance of that, right? They really needed to strike the perfect size of wall to door ratio in Japan. And you know what? I can respect it. That's the Japanese way with their precision. I had no idea. So you Japanese are twisted as us Brits. But we never had a beer tax. I mean, that's really going a step too far. Well, no, that's true. I'm not aware of any tax for beers, at least. What do you mean, at least? Well, rather than tax them, the shogunate did once prohibit them outright. Oh. The ruling class prohibited beards? Probably why Japanese houses are built so close to the roads. I could definitely see that, honestly, especially with just modern day Japan having such limited land size, so they just build really vertically. I wouldn't be surprised if that is part of a remnant of that freaking tax. It was called the Great Beard Prohibition. It is an Edo period edict. But why did the power that be want to ban beards? Because it makes people look self-important. Just an idea. It would seem that rulers in the East and the West had very similar ideas over the years. There have been other unusual taxes in our history, even our current Meiji period. There have. For example, though it was before either of us were born, there was a rabbit tax. There was a tax on those adorable fluffy creatures like the ones who make mochi sweets on the moon. Y'all, you know things are getting real when this music kicks in on the rabbit tax. Yes, and it was an extremely large tax too. The government demanded extraordinary sums of money. This just gets stranger and stranger. What was the reason for that bizarre tax then? Well, after Japan opened its doors to the world, there's an unprecedented rabbit boom in the Meiji capital. A boom? Yes, keeping rabbits became hugely popular and were traded at exorbitant prices. Or even swindled out of all their money for exotically colored rabbits. Like colored chicks, I suppose. Hard to imagine though, rabbits are so timid and quiet, wouldn't have thought one could bankrupt you. In response to this worrying social vogue, the government imposed a rabbit tax. I suppose they couldn't just ignore the problem. And it worked because the rabbit boom came to an abrupt end. 6 years later, the tax was abolished. Well, I'd say about my own country, but Japan is strange. But there's more. After the rabbit tax was abolished, then, of course, society reacted by launching straight into a second rabbit boom. It's the cycle of society likes rabbits. Make tax trying to suffocate the popularity of rabbits. Rabbits are no longer popular. Remove tax. Repeat. Oh dear. The government didn't think that one through, did they? Your ideas about the world are very much altered by the position you hold in society. If you are responsible for the running of the country, you will feel the need to raise revenue keenly. Without a stable taxation system, the whole country would go down the drain. Yes, I suppose so. But some of these taxes... That's precisely why ministers of state use their wiles to invent new and novel ways of taxing the public. Novel ways? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, if you were one of my country's statesmen. Me? The British statesman? Yes, what novel tax would you impose? Pray give us something truly original. Inside 5 seconds. The music. What? So, think of something that everyone uses, Mr. Naruhodo, and really squeeze every penny out of the population. Toilet tax. In order to use any kind of toilet, you have to be taxed for it. That's my British tax. That's quite the intense stare. I'm very glad Susaru-san isn't in charge. Your time is up. So what's your answer? Well, air maybe? Yes, how about air? You know, I thought the toilet tax was bad enough, but okay, Ryunosuke, one up me already. God damn. Walking tax. Everyone starts going around in wheelchairs. Air tax, isn't that just like the Lorax? Basically. Naruto just goes, how bad could I possibly be? An air tax, you say? Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. A truly novel and fiendish idea. Movement tax. Guess we'll die. Well, everyone has to breathe, so while the population is inhaling air, my government is inhaling money. Someone tried to do it. I had step tax. It's the same. Oh, God. Yeah, at that point it basically is. Oh, gosh. Movement tax, step tax, sleep tax? No, now that would be good. Because then people would be encouraged to sleep less and therefore work more. It would absolutely skyrocket health concerns across the country. But people who want, you know, workers to come in more, now that would work. Blimey, you're a tyrant at heart. I can't read this with straight face. Hold on. I need to lock in. Blimey, you're a tyrant at heart, eh? That's somewhat radical. Yeah, I was expecting this. Somewhat radical solution to country's revenue problem, but sadly not an original one. No, you mean say? Surely not. You mean a tax on air has been imposed in the past? The last century, the finance minister of our neighbor France proposed it. What? Our girl, go for a visit. I'm holding my breath. Unsurprisingly, it was strongly opposed by the public and soon scrapped. The minister didn't last long either. Ah, the French. Of course, the French. Oh dear. Although clearly that would have been an untenable situation. Public at large are forced to be reckoned with. Oh, I know it. How about you, Inspector? What new tax would you impose? Let me see. My first thought is tax on objections. Sorry? Been hearing far too many of them recently in court. There's a particular lawyer I have in mind as it happens. I think an objection tax could be very handy. Good to see you don't allow your personal views to influence your work in public office. I reckon 5 pence for every objection raised would be about right. Most amusing proposal, Gregson. A most unamusing proposal, my lord. Well then, I think it's your turn now. Sorry, my turn for what? Why, what else to locate my missing copy of the Lion's Pride? It's one of those shelves in this room. Of that I am certain now. I shall give you 10 minutes. And let's take your student stipend on it. Fail to find the book and you forfeit next month's payment. Objection! Your time starts now. Oh, and one more thing. I believe you just said the word objection. Ugh. Kindly leave your 5 pence over there before you begin combing the shelves. This tax is going to be the death of me. Damn. That was crazy. My goodness. I really like that, but also what? Why is that thing? Why did someone try to propose an air tax? Why is a step tax a thing? Why was a beard tax thing? Why are any of those absurd taxes a thing? Like, yeah, taxes are necessary evil, but they're not that necessary. Still, if someone wants other ideas, the toilet tax would rake in a lot because, you know, can't do much else there. Alright, let's do episode 4 and Shom Sweet. This fourth escapade unfolds one morning on Baker Street when Iris has prepared breakfast for everyone as usual, but Ryunosuke wakes to find an envelope under his door containing a death threat. Who on earth could have put it there and why? These are some fun slice of life episodes. You should read these on your own time. Yeah, they are. They don't have any bigger plot importance, but I think that's fine, honestly. They're just fun ways to flesh out the characters a bit more and give fun stories. 9th of March, 8:23 a.m. Dome Suite. Good morning, Iris. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, morning, Susie. I'll get breakfast on the table for us all. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Morning. Come now. Why the long face? Oh, sorry. The thing is, I just had a rather strange envelope posted under my door this morning, with some rather strange things inside. What strange things? Oh, what was it, Bruno? Do I catch the scent of mystery in the air? Nothing so exciting, I'm afraid, Iris. It's just 5 orange pips. I can't imagine what could possibly... What? Orange pips, Mr. Nottoodle, and 5 of them? What's the matter with you? That's a bit of an overreaction, isn't it? An overreaction, Mr. Nottoodle, you don't understand. It's a warning, a notice of imminent danger to your life. What? To my life? What's the meaning of all this, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, why do you make such an inquiry of me? Because the name of the sender was written on the envelope. And it was yours. You're right, Bruno. It says, sent by Sholmes, envoy of hell. So my little ploy has been exposed. Well, so be it. Cast your mind back, if you will, Mr. Naruto, to the time of our dining last night. Oh, yes, Mrs. Sato cooked Japanese food for us. Indeed. In particular, you may recall the final norimaki sushi roll that I was about to savor. That is before you swooped in with your clacking chopsticks and filched it out from under my nose. Oh, I assumed because you'd left it that you didn't want it. I left it, my dear fellow, because I had planned to enjoy it at my very last mouthful. Surely you must have noted my intent by the subtle dilation of my right pupil. Perhaps a clearer sign would be helpful next time. Just an idea. In summary, the post you received earlier is a notice of impending revenge. You should be quaking in your boots. Really? Because I went straight out into the garden and planted them. I'm hopeful we may grow some exotic fruit. There's no point sending a notice of impending revenge if the person you send it to doesn't know what it is. Well, I knew, of course, because I've read this book, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. On sale now in all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews. Though, yes, of course, it's finally been published, hasn't it? I hear it's selling very well. It is 12 short stories in 1 volume. I've earned a lifetime spending money already. And it has further bolstered my name. In fact, only the other day, a Bohemian king sought to engage my services. Really? That's extraordinary. Of course, the gentleman persisted with some pretense about being a fishmonger for the duration. But only fools didn't be able to deceive my eyes with such a charade. How did you know that he's a king then? Why, there's no mystery, my dear fellow. A distinct smell of fish accompanied the man's lowly apparel. And though he tried to hide, his left side of his mustache quivered in a quite manifest manner. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, that's simply brilliant. Having neatly resolved the case for the man, I was sent a quantity of fresh cod as a mark of his appreciation. I think perhaps you shouldn't discount the possibility that he actually was a fishmonger. Is that? Can anyone else smell burning? Oh yes, you're right. And look, smoke. I think maybe... Fire! Fire! There's a fire, everyone! Really? Fire? We must all leave at once. Everyone out of the building. This is Parvsholm's plan, isn't it? No, wait. I have to go back to my room first. Are you deranged? If you're not asphyxiated by the smoke, the flames will burn you to death. But my Daruma doll, I can't let my Daruma doll burn. It means too much. Ugh, drat. Sorry, but I'm going to make a dash for it upstairs. Oh, you know, you're so funny. There's no time for jokes, Iris. Go quickly, get out of here. But there is no fire. Is there, Hurley? Yep. Huh? Ah, what a delight to see that ploy enacted in the flesh. I wouldn't have dared to dream I should be so lucky. Mrs. Sato? Ah ha 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 ha! Indeed, it was a ploy, a devilment engineered by my puckish spirit. It was all a trick, but why? It is a simple experiment of the mind, Mr. Naruto, when his life is threatened. A fellow is compelled instinctively to protect that property to which he attaches matching importance. And after your own life, you know the most important thing to you seems to be your Daruma doll. Let's not dwell on that, shall we, Iris? You knew all along, Mrs. Sato, that it was a trick? Yes, of course. The very ploy is described in this book, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Until now in all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews. Not again. Stop shilling! And it's not that kind of shilling. I'm not giving that shilling either. I have used that device quite satisfactorily in the past to solve a case. Oh yes, it was a great success, wasn't it? But then it became something of a habit, didn't it? You started yelling fire at every crime scene. And then people started paying no attention to you at all. Yes, that's true. There was a time when I was known as the Sholmes who cried wolf. I think there's a lot to be learned in there somewhere. But sadly my little ploy failed to yield the results this time. Iris was utterly unmoved. What do you mean? Well, I was anticipating that Iris would immediately expose her secret hiding place, the location of the nest egg she must have cached somewhere in this room. Nest egg? You think Iris has some secret savings? Why, naturally, the book is selling like hotcakes after all. It is a simple deduction indeed to conclude that the profits must be concealed here within these walls. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you in need of money? Ah, I bet I know what it is. It's that new microscope that's gone on sale, isn't it, Hurley? What else? I've such a strong desire to own one, yet my purse is £1 too light. And as no offer of a loan has been forthcoming, I've been forced to resort to an alternative stratagem. Sorry, Hurley, but I'm not falling for that. Not coming from the Sholmes who cried wolf. Ugh, how vexing. You really shouldn't be trying to steal a 10-year-old savings, you know. My book is full of little tricks like that, you see. The armory of the great detective. That in this case, both the orange pips and the fake fire fell a little flat, didn't they? Oh, I have plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Take, for example, the case of the Boscombe Valley mystery. Already filled with dread just from the title. It is a tale of extraordinary skill on the part of the great detective, the skill of tracking. Tracking? When I arrived at the scene of the crime in the eponymous valley, there were footprints everywhere, but my eye was immediately drawn to one set in particular. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, your detective instincts are truly remarkable. As you know, my dear madame, no detail, no matter how small, escaped the scrutiny of these eyes. So I tracked my quarry, following the trail of his footprints, all the way to the man's place of residence. Led you directly to the culprit's house? What a triumph. You must understand, led me directly to my own house, my dear fellow. Huh? Where the footprints were, in the final analysis, those made by my own shoes. Hurley had left here for Boscombe Valley as soon as he received the telegram about the case, you see. And then he followed his own trail straight back here to Baker Street. Brilliant deduction, Sholmes. Brilliant. Now, Iris, please. You make it sound almost humdrum, but I assure you it's no easy feat. Tracking of this nature, skill possessed only by the great Sherlock Holmes. That it is. You're right, it really is extraordinary. Quite so extraordinary is the word, and let it be the last on the subject. Anyway, needless to say, I subsequently went on to solve the case with various other deductions. Yes, it's the various other deductions that I'm interested in. Ah, well, you shall have to read the book then. I'm sure Iris had penned it with her usual flourish. Oh, absolutely. I've put an ingenious spin on the great detective's exploits. Must have been very ingenious to make this man sound even remotely credible as a detective. Wait, is that... Does it smell like something's burning again? We've had enough development for one day, Mr. Sholmes. Put your puckish spirit to bed. I assure you, this has nothing to do with me or my spirit. What? Oh no, the smoke is getting thicker. You mean it's not a trick this time? There really is a... Fire! Fire! There's a fire, everyone! Mrs. Sato, where are you going? Stand aside, Mr. Nantoto. Either Mr. Sholmes, what are you? Mr. Sholmes probably literally set things on fire in order to make this happen, didn't he? Mr. Sholmes, why did he just chuck that bust of Napoleon on the floor? Look at that, amongst the broken porcelain coins, sovereign, in fact, worth a whole pound each. Come everyone, we must leave at once. Evacuate the building. You fell for it, Hurley. line, sinker. Iris was the one to do it. Ah, wait, you mean Iris? I certainly wouldn't have guessed that's where you'd hidden it. Oh my god, she flipped the script. You mean to say that the smoke was? My own pucker spirit needs to come out and play sometime too, you know. What? Of course! I know what it is, Iris. It's that indoor herb garden set that went on sale last week, isn't it? That's what you're after. I want one so desperately, but I'm £4 short. And even though you told me you didn't have any money spare before, I knew you had a secret nest egg somewhere in this room. Ugh, you've outwitted me again! You really shouldn't let yourself be outwitted by a 10-year-old child, you know. So, thank you for the loan, Hurley. Oh, but wait. What's the matter? Where's Susie? She's disappeared. Oh, yes, that's right. She went off upstairs before, didn't she? What did she grab? What are y'all doing in here? We have to evacuate. Won't be long before the fire is... Ah. Sorry, Susie. Children will get up to mischief once in a while, you know, but it's all perfectly harmless. Harmless, maybe, but oh so devious. My goodness. Oh well, at least nobody was hurt. Apart from Napoleon and my secret hoard. Now tell us, Mrs. Sato, what is it that you went fleet-footedly to fetch? Sorry. Oh, no, nothing. It's just... No, this is nothing. You see, that's your notebook detailing all of Bruno's trials, isn't it? It's bulging at the seams. Well, ah, testament to the various people you've helped over the past months. Miss Sato, well, I am your judicial assistant after all. I would do anything to ensure the safety of these records, even risk my life if necessary. I mean, it's very important to me. It's like a diary of everything we've achieved together. Getting all teary-eyed now. Yes, in stark contrast to certain someone who would have fetched his Dharma doll, I must say. Okay, but that Dharma doll still has a lot of other importance tied to, you know, his friend. Ugh. That was nice. I liked that one. Oh my gosh. Alright. Well, I think with that chat, we can say thank you all so much for watching. What a freaking experience this has been. We got through a couple more escapades, and we got through Chapter 3, only taking us the majority of the stream. By far the longest case in any of these two games, and probably the longest case of the Ace Attorney games I've played, just being the first 3. Absolutely great time, though, and I'm looking forward to continuing into Episode 4 1 week from now, next Wednesday, as I will be streaming this game every single Wednesday until completion. I've also started Hollow Knight Silksong that I am now streaming every single Friday. And every Saturday I do a variety of stuff. But this one I'm doing some Mario Maker 2 troll level stuff, as well as a ROM hack, which should be a grand old time, I would say. Gosh, I'm loving this. I cannot believe all of the lore drops we've had. But my gosh. I am so freaking happy. I'm so excited to see just what comes of it. So, yeah, I don't really have much else to say. I think I might know who we're rating off to tonight, chat, but let's look. Might have been a hot second since I last rated this person. I think it has been. I just don't think they've been live, particularly, so I think we're gonna have to do it. Yeah, it's been a couple months now. Alright. we're gonna be reading onto the one and only Rin Gamu, who is in fact playing 2XKO, a fighting game, I believe, a relatively recent one. Also doing it with viewers. So you should go check him out. Of course, we have the lovely raid message, both for subs and non-subs. Have a good day, night, morning, evening, dark hour, whenever it may be, and I will see you all again very shortly. By shortly, I mean, you know, this Friday, soon. Sometime, y'all better be there. I will see y'all again. I better.